Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Nothing between you and me but God. You one of them? I'm gonna kill you to be safe.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Slow down.
An ally has been slain. has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Executed.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Slain. An enemy has been slain.
kill. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. destroyed.
Quick as a fox.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Slain. Your team has destroyed a enemy killing spree. Been destroyed. An enemy is godlike. An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. inhibitor has been destroyed.
We got the zoomies!
Ace. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
We're going to be exploring Emerald here in all its facets. Now, look, we've been receiving a lot of comments from the community about how we are off the mark. We've lost the plot. We don't know what we're talking about in regards to Emerald. So here we're just good player. Borderline very good player, right? Would you agree with that
For
statement?
League, you know a lot. You pretty much would know what pretty much every champ does. You would have a lot of game knowledge, probably pretty good amount of hours. You're starting to get into the more hardcore. Like, this is where it starts getting challenging, I would say. This sort of 18% sort of mark for the ladder.
I would say a better way to frame that is like, this is where you've now started to enter the territory of being a dedicated League player. Like, if you're getting to Emerald 4 and above, you're a relatively dedicated player in the game, right? You play a lot of the game, or you have played a lot of the game. This is where you start to put quite a bit of hours. You're quite dedicated, right? So top 18%. Now look at how interesting this is. Kind of, attesting to what that other guy in the comments said. Look at the disparity of the ranks here. So the difference between Emerald 4 and Emerald 3 is a whopping, what is that? It's about 7%. So you in Emerald 4, you're in the top 18%. If you're Emerald 3, you're in the top 11.7%. Just like that. That's one division. Go even further. Emerald 2, you're now in the top 8%. If you're on Emerald 1, you're in the top 6.6%.
Yeah,
so
looking at this, the disparity is crazy
look at
from
the
Emerald
disparity.
4 to Emerald 1.
And this makes sense in terms of what I see in my coaching. There is a night and day difference between a genuine Emerald 1, Emerald 2 player and a genuine Emerald 4 player.
You can see the skill
You
difference.
can immediately, I mean, when I'm coaching, I've coached hundreds and hundreds of players through Emerald 2 Diamond and above, without exaggeration, literally hundreds. You can literally see it in the first 5 to 8 minutes of the gameplay, why they are low emerald versus why they are high emerald. And look at that. And the statistics actually, again, suggest that there is a very big difference in the level of play here, right? Just in terms of statistics alone. So I found this very fascinating.
Yeah,
looking at this.
it's interesting because so this is why I think the Emerald player base is so. There's a lot of them. It's very loud. They're very loud. But because they're dedicated, there's a lot of them. And when you say you're Emerald, Emerald isn't Emerald. Like, again, Emerald 4 and Emerald 1 are like literally, Riot could introduce another rank, I feel like, even in between this. So that's why I think that there's a lot of confusion, anger, frustration, is that even in this, that, you're Emerald rank, that you're not. There's a massive disparity.
And
there
what this
as well.
means for a player is that you could be developing a lot of skills. So you're an Emerald 4 player. You develop a lot of skills. You actually get significantly better. And you're still an Emerald. You might now be Emerald 3, Emerald 2. Like, you've gotten a lot better at the game. You've developed maybe your matchup understanding, your mental stack's developed. You've learned a lot about your lull state usage and win conditions and assessing your role in the game. But you're still in Emerald. So it feels like you haven't got anywhere. You've gone and you look objectively from a rank perspective, you've gone from like Emerald 4 to Emerald 2. But again, because it's such a big rank, there is so much work to be done here. Like we said, you are going to probably be in Emerald for quite a long time. It's very rare that someone steamrolls from Emerald 4 to Diamond 4. You should be in there for quite a while. It's a thick rank. It's a very thick rank bracket. So again, going deeper on what does it mean to be an Emerald player? I think that, there's something to be said about, again, we said before about like being dedicated. You've put a lot of time into the game if you're an Emerald player. You care a lot about the game. So what does this often mean? You probably watch a lot of high elo content. Maybe you watch some streamers. I wouldn't say you're usually a casual player, although there probably is casual Emerald players. I would say the overwhelming majority are probably not casual players. And usually if you've gotten to Emerald, in my experience, talking to Emerald players, they don't stop at Emerald. Like usually the casual players will get to gold and then stop.
Yeah, so just like that was like for the skin and stuff.
Yeah,
that you would have
like
back
gold
in
is
the
kind of
day.
the cutoff. It's like, okay, if you want to be casually playing League and casually play ranked, you kind of get to gold 4 and stop. If you're trying to push above plat, even past Emerald, you're not going to stop at Emerald 3 or Emerald 2.
Diamond, you're going to be going for.
You're going to go for Diamond. So most Emerald players are relatively ambitious in their ranked goals. They want to push. They watch high low content. They want to get to Diamond. They want to get to Master Plus. Usually you've kind of committed at that point. You've stepped over that boundary where it's like, I am now a dedicated player to League and I have ambitious goals that I want to achieve. Whether or not they admit that or not, their behavior says otherwise.
Yep. I mean, I think my Emerald community and my Soul 2, my coaching program, is probably, there's a lot of people that rock up to review sessions.
It's actually one of my favorite ranks to coach.
Yeah, it is.
Because they're people that actually give a shit.
Yeah.
They rock up, they put in the repetitions, they want to get results. And they come in, like they're actually, Emerald is the rank, out of all the ranks that probably get the most value from coaching, by the way, in my opinion.
I would agree. I definitely agree with
It's a really, really good rank to get coaching out of every other rank. So yeah, hopefully now we've started to set the scene a little bit. What does it mean to be an Emerald player, okay? So I think it's very important. Now, I want to now dive a little bit deeper into the underlying skills. So what I've gone ahead and done here is kind of created two kind of aliases. This is just two stereotypes of Emerald players that I see in my program. And maybe I'll after I've kind of go over this, maybe we can go over maybe what you think of stereotypes that you see.
Yep. Obviously, you'll be talking from mid lane perspective.
Yeah, we're going to be speaking from mid lane specific perspective, right?
Yeah.
So the first one we have is Emerald tier Bobby. Okay, Emerald tier Bobby. Emerald tier Bobby typically has good champ mastery. They might even have a relatively small champ pool. They might even play in blocks, right? They follow a process. They have solid matchup understanding, but they're very inconsistent with their lull state usage. So they might actually have a pretty good first 8 minutes, potentially. But again, just once they get past 8 to 10 minutes, they will get complacent with lull states. They will be late to plays because they're not reading the map properly. They're taking unnecessary risks because they're not calibrating the map state. So very coin flippy in what fights they should or shouldn't go for. They're not really looking at the game holistically. Therefore, they take sloppy deaths and they don't say no to fights. Okay, so they start off the game relatively well. They get into a pretty good position, but they just make decisions that don't make sense. And the reason the decisions don't make sense, or to expand on that more, they don't make sense in the grand scheme of the game in terms of the win condition, their role in the composition, and also just the map state. They don't know what is going on in the map. They're not consistent in regards of calibrating the map. Right, and as we always say on the BBC, and one of our mantras is, the more information you can gather, the more information you're actually processing, the better quality your decisions are going to be. And their decision making is so capped or limited because their struggle, Emerald Bobby, in this case, Bobby struggles to gather information. So usually a gathering information problem.
As a jungler, this is, I'll definitely categorize, Bobby as a jungler is someone that is missing a lot of pieces of the puzzle information, but I would say more so early game specifically. Like, does an Emerald jungler know what's happening in all 3 lanes at any given moment in the early game as they're clearing? Never seen that before. Yep. Even low diamond sort of stuff really struggles with that. So that's what I would say for that one. And then, mid game, it's interesting. You said that they don't really they're not even at the level of champ mastery yet of knowing what they want, their role, as well as they don't know what everyone else wants.
I would give, it depends on the Emerald player, but I would give most of my Emerald players the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say most of my Emerald players do have champ mastery.
Yeah, that's what I would say. So I'd say they have a good idea of what they want. Whether they can actually execute it is different.
It's a different story.
Yeah, so they're aware of it. But when I am in a review, when I'm talking with an Emerald player, and I'm saying, okay, I mean, you know what you want? It's like, yeah, okay. He's like, damn, I messed that up. But then when I said, what's the map state? Where's your pressure point right now? No clue.
No idea.
So a little bit of knows what they want, struggles to execute it consistently. But in terms of what's going on, especially in mid game, like side lane, what's going on side lanes?
Zero.
Very, very poor.
Very poor.
In terms of understanding of what their teammates want specifically and what the enemy teams are going to be doing.
So I've got another stereotype here, Emerald Steve. All right, so again, pretty solid champ mastery, decent champ mastery, but then they have inconsistent matchup understanding, inconsistent fundamentals, but they have a very good mid-game and good game sense. So this is typically the long-term player. So I actually work with a lot of players that are long-term league players. They've played since maybe Season 3, Season 4, Season 5, maybe even Seasons 5, 6. And typically what they have is that they purely rely on intuition. So they're Emerald because of their great game sense and mid-game. So they actually know how to scrap, they know how to skirmish, they know how to kind of like brute force their way through scrappy games, but their early game is a complete flip. They would die to ganks, their warding super inconsistent, their resets make no sense, their matchup understanding is a complete flip as well. They don't put any emphasis on the early game, and the reason they don't is because they make up for it in the mid-game. And this is the core flaw in their play, is that if they actually created a consistent first 8 minutes, they would be way higher, probably even going from Emerald 4 to Emerald 2, Emerald 1. And then I don't know if that would take them to Diamond 4, but a lot of the time I see these sorts of Emerald players. It's very inconsistent first 8 minutes. And I think another thing you see with these sorts of players as well is that they play a matchup well once, but they don't even understand why. So I'm like, okay, what are you doing with the wave here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't really think about it. They genuinely don't know. Like, they don't have intention with what they're doing with the wave. They don't have intention with when they want to base. They don't have intention with basically anything. It's all free flow. And you can get away with that sometimes with just brute force skirmishing or just the way the game pans out. But that lack of consistency really, really, really hurts them. And that's going to be one of the themes you see with Emerald players holistically, is a lack of consistency. And this is a theme that I want to be touching on a lot throughout this video. So these are just 2 stereotypes that I've observed. There's many more, but this is just the kind of the 2 core ones that I've observed.
Out of Emerald Bobby and Emerald Steve, you have more Bobbies?
Way more Bobbies.
Baby Bob, I was going to say.
Yes.
My Steve wouldn't exactly look like that. It would be more so, like, I think there's just no jungler in general at Emerald. Like a mid-game understanding is a mid-game starting mid-game understanding. Right. It's just like, I'm just going to fight around this objective, side lane, not anything. But like an Emerald Steve for me will be like, they're pretty good at fighting, skirmishing. They're probably way above their level in terms of fighting, but in terms of early game consistency, all that sort of stuff. But that's much rarer. Again, I have much more Bobbies of just like, sort of just more average across the board.
Totally agree.
And then, yeah.
Totally agree. So, so what would you say in your experience, Nathan, are the skills that Emerald players are typically missing. Right, well, let's just do through an average Emerald week in your program.
So again, talking from a jungle perspective.
Yeah, jungle's perspective.
Very slow to read wave states. They actually can see it in a review, but slow, and not going to be able to do it in real time of a game consistently.
I just want to just point a tangent on that. I totally agree. They can understand it in the review. When I'm there with them in the review, they'll say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." But in the game, they're not processing.
And that's part of why they could never even get to the part of understanding what's happening in all three layers, because they're still struggling to figure out what's going on in top and mid, let alone bot when they're pathing towards top. You know. Other skills, very bad at giving things as a jungler.
Same as saying no. Same as saying no
to the play, right? Yeah. Again, I think that a lot of this, it's going to be more prevalent across all elos, but this is definitely hurting their games quite a bit. Like an Emerald jungler is very, very good at ruining a game of League of Legends. And the thing about this, when I watch mid lane as well compensating for junglers, I literally say in the review a lot of the time, I was like, oh, I wish that Ari had more confidence here to not go to your dumb play, push out the waves, and then be way stronger. Like we actually will have an example of this sort of stuff. So I love looking at how my junglers are affecting the map. It helps me become a better coach and just understanding how to teach the game. Again, really emphasizing, put yourself in the shoes of your lane.
Yeah, totally. And
I can't do that at all.
And I think what you said earlier on about the whole they can know what their champ wants to do, but their ability to execute that consistently is a huge problem. But again, similar to what you said,
they get distracted. They're very good at getting distracted easily.
Yeah, they don't play with conviction in accordance to what their champion wants to do. Totally. And again, I think for me, tying back to the whole thing, that the sheer lack of gathering information. Just lull state after lull state. I'm like, well, where is that? Just don't know where people are. Why they're doing what they're doing. There's no intent. There's a lack of intention. Straight up lack of intention. I'm like, okay, I understand that we might know what to do, but at least make a decision. It can be wrong. Just make a decision. And that is something I see a lot as well. Just not playing with intention.
That makes me now
think
with... I feel like there's another tier. You have Steve, Bobby. I think there's like a Tim or something, where the players that actually, once you tell them, this actually goes around the head of a lot of League players, like playing low intensity and high intensity, just doing that 3-block process and stuff like that. I have, again, probably 10 or 20% of people that have been around a long time. They know they've actually been a high rank in the past. You tell them are you actually focused here? And then they just start focusing, and then they just rock it to diamond. That's probably another tier category.
But I would actually, to get more specific, I've had a lot of Emerald players climb to diamond through just telling them to over again on gathering information. Not even processing information. We're talking pure gathering.
It's like 10. An intensity thing.
It's intensity. Exact same thing. Just count to 10. Find all the people. Think about when's the next objective up?
Let's wake up.
Wake up, and then they can actually express what they know about the game.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is crazy.
They have a good idea.
And that's not everyone.
Yeah.
That is a category of...
That's a separate category.
That's a stereotype at some level category. So, I want to go a bit further about talking about some more major challenges that I think Emerald players face in my experience. I think the first one is that, just wrapping your head around the premise of consistency. Now, look, I think this is prevalent in all ranks.
Has been slain.
Right? Diamond, Master,
of course.
Every rank.
Because this is the game.
Because this is the game.
Especially when you're thinking about the rank ladder, approaching, understand you're going to lose a lot of games, but playing the casino odds. I hate when using the casino because it sounds like we're gambling, but playing the odds long term, the poker hands, being consistent.
100%. And I think that I've really struggled with a lot of my Emerald players to get their head around that idea of okay, it is about what happens in this game, but it's also about what's going to happen in the majority of your games here. And that's where, again, I think a lot of Emerald players get very emotional. I think why I struggle with it with the Emerald players because they're very emotional. They tend to be very emotional.
Because they have stakes, they're invested, they have friend groups.
They're frustrated.
So it's very easy to get...
And I empathize. I totally understand.
It's a I mean, this is the league journey in general, but you could feel pretty good. I'm actually comfortably climbing out of Emerald, and then you have those games where it's why is it so hard, or why am I screwing up? And then they start emotional, and then they tilt, and then they're back down, and then they're constantly in that cycle of I'm actually improving, getting good,
Yeah.
and then I'm letting in the emotional safety. So I'm sort of investing dedicated to the game.
Again, I actually want to talk about another stereotype now that you mention it. Is I do feel like there is a lot of Emerald players that they digest a lot of high level content and educational content, and they're good enough at the game to actually understand it. So then when they make mistakes, they're so hard on themselves. So it's like they are aware of how suboptimal they are playing, such that they tilt out of their mind. You know, so with like gold players and a lot of the lower elo brackets, silvers and stuff, they just don't know what they don't know. Like they're not even aware of how inefficient they're being or how bad a death is or whatever. But in Emerald players, they not all of them. Again, this is a subcategory. They are aware and they get very angry at themselves when they make mistakes, and it's almost like they're too hard on themselves and they get so worked up, so pissed off with mistakes because they just know they're not as good as in their mind that they could be. You know, because again they're at that stage of their journey where they do know that there are high levels of play, they're just not able to execute it, and they may not fully understand why. But I think that is a contributing factor to maybe the emotional element of a lot of Emerald players.
That's an interesting one because in my reviews, I don't really get to that part. I won't really talk. Like, have you spoken to people message you like Emerald players? Is that something you've come
That's what I
across?
do in all my sessions. I had an Emerald session this week, so it's Emerald Week,
Yeah.
with an Emerald player who we literally just went into stage 4 stuff, top 10 and stuff. I'll go over a lot of stages.
Because I have a couple of people I think would fit that category, but I don't know that for sure.
Right.
But yeah.
No,
so it
yeah,
sounds like you
I
really
definitely
get into
know
it.
that.
Yeah.
'Cause again, I speak to them. I deal with these mental booms every week. I mean, people in the MI can attest to that. So that's definitely, I know that exists for a fact. I had that literally one client off the top of my head this week had that exact problem. Yeah, so just moving into some of these other challenges, you know, yeah, like we said here, getting uncomfortable with making calls and saying no, like you said. Develop it in the big one, developing a bigger picture view, taking responsibility for things around you. That's what we're going to get into. I think this one's better shown through clips, so we'll get into clips in a second.
Going back to the getting uncomfortable with making calls, saying no, yeah, the narrative there is that they don't want to feel accountable for the call. They're very scared of getting flamed. Like, everyone's probably playing the chat with them, but no one's going to mute all because big egos and people like to saying stuff. So, you know, the only way I always say it to learn the game quickly is make the calls, lose the game for your team, move on to the next game. But that's very hard to think long term and suffer the consequences of the chat.
100%. And this is, you know, my model, and just a really simplified, obviously models aren't perfect, but a simplified model of the league journey is legit this. Every single rank you go up, it becomes less and less and less about you. In Platinum, or say Gold, it's about your 1v1, learning your matchups. Platinum, it's about the 2v2. Emerald is now thinking, okay, yeah, the 2v2 is important, but how is these decisions also impacting win conditions a little bit more and the map a little bit more? Diamond, way more now about the big picture of the game. Master Plus is now 100% big picture
League of
thinking.
Legends,
League of Legends,
League of Legends,
win
yeah.
conditions to the most extreme.
And again, that's not to say that suddenly you're not competent in your own lane.
No, that's a given.
That's a given.
That's a given.
That you got
exactly.
to that stage.
You don't in gold. We don't really need to go super sophisticated on advanced win conditions. Let's just do your job individually. And then again, so as you're climbing Platinum Emerald, you're just thinking bigger picture, and that's uncomfortable because you're not in your comfort zone anymore. It's not just about me and me winning my lane and taking good trades, or me and my jungle. It's the bigger picture. And that's hard. It is very difficult. There's a lot of information to look at. You don't even know where to start. There's not a lot of knowledge that needs to be built up over time. And that's, again, a tough pill to swallow for people that they don't really want to view it.
And building the pattern recognition, the sequences, getting
Yes.
constant reps of the sequences of like mid-game scenarios, early game scenarios, and then you don't have to think about it in game. Bam, the muscle memory is there.
And you know, the thing that, look, I understand, I'm here to say, this is not about us, we're on this pedestal over here telling everyone that they're wrong about it. I don't want this video to be like that. We're here to help. Ultimately, what this podcast is for is helping people on their journey and getting them to view the game through a different lens, or maybe get them to think about something in a different way. So I can totally understand, you know, League's an emotional game. I say that all the time. If there are ML players right now that are angry about the type of YouTube comment about how fucking delusional we are, I can understand why you feel that way. And look, if I were in your shoes, I'd probably say the same thing, right? But again, it can be it can be very difficult to see the consequences of your actions in game because you simply don't have the knowledge of the game yet, big picture, to see how your decisions are impacting the game. And this is what I want to get into in a second with the clips, but I'm just here to say that I don't want this to be a very combative episode where it's like, we're right, you're wrong. No, I hear you. We hear you. We understand why you feel that way. We're just here to help, and let's get aligned here. Right? I feel like it's important to talk about this.
I guess when I think about this podcast and when we get these type of comments, it's great to see, like we get a lot of views now. You know, these shorts, you know, they're popping off. People see them. People are very passionate. They want to get their opinion out. There's lots of passionate people out there.
that.
That's awesome.
Enthusiasm.
And if we guide them or get them more understanding and push them in the right direction, get the entire player base understanding how League works, what a realistic journey looks like, win rates, all that sort of stuff. League is going to be an awesome game. It's awesome.
It's an amazing game.
If we can get to that stage.
We're trying.
But we've got a lot of work to do, clearly, you know? And it's fun. That's the fun part of what we do.
And so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and get into some clips here. We're going to explore some clips. So what I've done is just literally, these are just recent Emerald coaching sessions that I've had in the past week that just show just really classic Emerald mistakes. And this is, now I want you guys, the people that are pissed at us, to now empathize with us. We're the coaches, we know, this is literally our full-time job, just for them to do. This is all we do.
For years.
For years, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clients, we see the same problems. I want to just pick a handful of just common trends and just to kind of set the scene of why the conversation should be more about the details and why Emerald is not there is no grand conspiracy here. There's just mistakes, problems, and we have to solve. Okay?
I will give you some tools.
Yeah, hopefully some tips and tools and things to latch onto. Yeah? So this first one's just a very classic, nothing fancy scenario where it was an Emerald 1 Cassio. Now, what you've got to kind of set the scene here, versing a Katarina, Cassio versus Katarina, and this Cassio had the ability to pull the wave and freeze. But something you've got to understand is that you never want to freeze into a post-6 Katarina. That's not what you're doing to Katarina.
They're roaming.
Why? Because big picture, Katarina's just going to leave and roam, especially when your jungler is looking to gank bot. So what should have happened in the lull state here, again, one of the themes is lull state, is you realize, you know what? My jungler's on bot side. Bot lane's pushed up. Okay, this is not a good time for me to freeze because what's going to happen if I freeze? Katarina's going to roam. They're probably going to die my bot side. My bot side's heavy trading low. Zach's on bot side. Oh, if I freeze here, I'm going to be leaving my team very, very vulnerable. So we freeze here. You know, we might take a good trade or two, but then look at this in a second. Fast forwarding here. Katarina's going to get fire off the wave. Zach goes for a bot game. And in an alternate reality, Katarina would have ditched this wave, gone bot, and got a double kill or triple kill. Now, in this specific game, the Katarina didn't.
You can thank me later.
We got away with it. The stars aligned. This Katarina's blind. Whatever you want to say. But if we play the odds, your team loses the game. Just like that. Boom. Game's over. Just like that. And we just got lucky. We just completely lucked out. This is a classic Emerald mistake where the Cassio was only thinking about the 1v1 and not thinking about the big picture.
Great. That's a really good one. Yep.
And now this can manifest in so many different ways, whether it's they're thinking about only their reset and not thinking about what their jungler's doing on a neutral objective, whether they're freezing the wave when their jungler's invading, whether they're trying to, hard shove wave and dive bot where their jungler's making a play topside. The list goes on. You see this time and time and time again because they're not thinking about their jungler and what their jungler is doing.
It's still a very 1v1 game in their mind. It's like, freeze, good, yes.
Yep, exactly. So we're going to be moving on to the next clip here. This one was a Karthus mid that I was taking a look at a review of. And just look at his composition. This Karthus was paired with like an Ashe and a Senna. You know, and so, you know, this Karthus shouldn't be flashing in on the back line. You want to be kind of peeling back, relaxing, playing with your Senna and your Ashe here. So this is an example of what I see a lot of people not knowing their role. And what are they paired with based off the chance they're paired? Look at this Karthus flashing into the back. You know, so this, to me, when I look at this, obviously we look at it from a mechanical perspective, the bigger picture problem is that this Karthus didn't know how to play with this specific composition. So when you're playing champions, and when you're looking at your team fighting, in order to have consistent team fighting, you've got to already prime your mental sack in the lull states. What's my job here? What's my role? How do I need to fight with, given my composition and their composition? Why are we flashing on the backline Lux with an Ashe center on our team?
Again, it's I guess they view champs, all the players view champs very binary. This works in a lot of situations where they're not getting specific.
They don't get
with
specific.
things. So it's
Yes.
it's like they've got the pattern recognition. It's like, oh, I knew this is Cubs. I flash you dying good at Cubs. If your team has follow-up,
Yeah.
but it's too binary way of viewing the champion. It's not how League works.
No, and when you don't understand the why, nothing becomes replicable. And that's it. That's really what we see time and time again. Moving on to another one. I mean, just a really simple one. This was just a example of a client in Emerald who is actually low Emerald, like borderline Plat 1 low Emerald. You can tell because the low Emerald players tend to maybe even struggle with the mechanical aspect of the game. And so in this lane phase, he just gets hit by like every Lux E. You know, and this is a kind of like a subcategory of Emerald players where mechanically they're just not up to par. And they just don't, and look at this, it's every E just getting nailed. And look, we're already level 1, we've got hit by every E, and we're on, what, a quarter HP or...
Waves in a terrible state for jungle gank as well.
It's just, and this is what I would kind of even borderline, you know, group up with like inconsistent early game fundamentals. You know what I was talking about with that, was it Steve, one of them, where, you know, their early game was just not replicable in any way, shape, or form, but they make up for it with a good mid game. This is kind of what it looks like. Very inconsistent laning, poor warding and leaning, dying to ganks, don't know what they're doing with the wave, and getting hit by skill shots. Like, this is an example of what that may look like. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. It's not always big difference. You can actually just get Emerald players that are not focusing on the early game.
Yep.
Ally has been slain.
Okay, so moving on to another one here. This is where the El Clasico one starts. This is not calibrating the map state. So here, this is the juicy stuff. This is typically what you see. This is actually someone who recently promoted to Diamond 4, by the way. So this is someone that still is, they've made up for it. I know this player, working with a shit ton of promos actually. And this is the sort of player that makes up for their like inconsistent map state calibration, which is good fighting, good scrapping. But this is again a class, he was Emerald for a long time. So basically what you see here is that I think the enemy Katarina went for a roam topside. We freeze him right now. The Katarina's walking back over the scuttle back onto mid. But in reality, if we take a look at the map state, we have no idea where the enemy jungler is, and our jungler is just clearing camps. So this is not our time to make a play onto the Katarina because we don't know where their jungler is, we don't have flash, and our jungler isn't in position to capitalize. So based off the map state, we're not in a position to make a proactive play on the enemy lane. So as a result, this Echo goes up, only thinks it's the Katarina, didn't think about any jungle location, and Viego comes through, and then boom, we have to burn our ultimate. And that's a classic example.
It's just coin flip trading.
So there's this is what I say. There's a very big difference between a player actively gathering all that information. Okay, my Kha'Zix is there. Okay, I don't know where their jungler is, but you know what? I think I can 1v2. I think I can get out without using anything. Versus making this decision with no idea about the map state, not thinking about their jungler's location, not thinking about, you know what I mean? Not thinking about the enemy jungler's location, but they do it anyway.
Yeah, it's conscious or not. It's like intentional.
One is intentional. They've gathered all the information, processed it, come to this conclusion, versus no idea, do it anyway.
And that's the good thing, that when we talk with our clients in our coaching, we ask, like, what will you think about this moment? And they like to play it, and you begin, they're not thinking about anything. So we know that they're not thinking about it.
We know they're not thinking about it. Exactly.
Because this mistake could look like that on different levels. It's like,
Yes.
oh, I'll take that 1v1.
Yep.
Like, I don't care. I'm going to flip it if Viego's there. That's fine.
That's fine.
Completely
On
fine.
that decision, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but if you got no idea, then that's again the skills lacking of an Emerald player.
This is the El Clasico Emerald mistake.
Yeah.
Like, if you can just slap on an Emerald mistake, this is it.
This
is what it looks like.
Emerald is a mid laner.
I would say Emerald in all roles. This is what makes an Emerald player. Just a lack of gathering information, a lack of information.
Yeah, I mean, for a jungler, I'll definitely see junglers invade with like no priority, or they're not seeing that their lane is about to get a freeze. So it's a red light, give grub, let's go back to the other side.
And again, you play out this exact situation 100 times. Or who knows, maybe a support team this time, or their jungler's stronger, or you don't have ultimate, or who knows. It's just a flip. There's no intention. Or lack the consistency. That's why the consistency is not there. That's why they are in Emeralds. Moving on, another one, not anticipating things. This is a classic example of just not anticipating stuff that like a higher level player would anticipate. So for example, here, what you've got is just to set the scene, is that we were versing an Annie mid. So I want to play back first, sorry. And the Annie mid had tempo onto us because we made a bot play, right? And so what happens is that we get shoved in by this Annie, try to thin out the wave, try to do the best we can, and this Annie then disappears, moves onto top side and then disappears. Now Nathan, if you see someone move into vision and you're just CSing him, what would you start to do now?
Well, you got to start letting your team aware. Right? You got to ping. Like I'll be looking at top wave as well. Is that diveable? Is he going to get dived by Annie?
Yeah, you're trying to anticipate. Well, what's that Annie doing? Can anything happen topside?
Maybe there's nothing. But you have to get that information. You have to know. Again, you have to.
You have to have some sort of a hypothesis, right? Now this Galio literally just ping question mark mid, which has no idea where Annie went, has no clue. And
he has no idea what she could be possibly doing.
Not even a hypothesis about what Annie could be doing. Yeah. And then look at this. It's the most telegraphed top dive possible with a huge stacked wave. And like, oh, what? Annie's diving top. Huh? What?
Yeah, this is great. Fantastic.
Just zero anticipation. And then look at this. Because we're late and we're not in position, Garen dies, loses like 3 waves. We're late to ult. Lilia dies as well.
Don't tell me they're going to survive, yeah.
And then he dies.
End of review.
End of review.
Yeah.
This is why they're emerald. Again, I'm not shitting on this client. Obviously, there's things to work on. But again, I'm not scratching my head and being like, it's the trolls, it's the matchmaking, it's the Riot trying to hold me down. No, they're a very basic. This is what I mean a basic. It's not basic in the idea that it's easy to do, but it's basic in the concept. It's basic in terms of there is a mistake. These are things that we can control in our journey. And
it's important to note as well, because people will be like, oh, you know, I could do this for anyone's gameplay, and like, you know, even Diamond, like I'm sure that people make this mistake. But the thing is, guys, I mean, you basically have to trust us. It's the consistency we see this across our Emerald clients in our reviews. And again, we're full-time coaches for years. These are trends. And if there's trends in a certain rank, that means that there actually is skill to it, and that the skill to the ladder makes perfect sense.
And I want to literally spell it out, and I apologize to the audience. I get really worked up. This is like this is our passion, right? Yeah. This is what we do for a living. So I get really excited about this. But I say this because people ask me all the time, what is it? Like, what makes a challenger player challenge? A challenger player, literally, because I've been at my highest level of play, I know exactly what it feels like. They anticipate every single thing. There is not a single moment in the game when you're playing at your absolute peak League of Legends right now. Well, I'm playing my peak League of Legends. You just know that's going to happen. Yep, you already see things 10, 20, 30 seconds in advance. Everything is anticipated. You're not reacting to a single thing. You are dictating the entire game.
And then it's just a matter of like prioritization. And then you'll stuff up like, okay, I knew the information. I went for this play, but maybe it didn't make sense. So I gave this opportunity to the enemy. Curtis, you're saying that in terms of a challenger perspective in a fast-paced game where people can also mind game you a little
bit.
That's
where mind games come into play.
If we're smurfing in Emerald, it's God mode, basically.
It's God mode. So let's use this example.
Because we know everything I know exactly what a player's going to do before they do it. 30 seconds. It's very telegraphed. Again, Emerald game is very easy because it's much of a slower paced game.
So then, from a challenger's perspective, in this game, this is me. I play Galio, right? I would consider I'm a pretty bloody good Galio, and it sounds like egotistical, but again,
you have been challenged with Galio many seasons, Curtis.
I'm a long-term Galio player. So as soon as Annie gets prior onto me here, I would instantaneously be now thinking, okay, I would already be thinking, okay, my jungler's dead, so my jungler's not going to get killed on the top side camps. Their jungler showed on bot side before, so their jungler, they're not going to be doing grubs. So the only thing that they could Annie could maybe doing is, okay, maybe add something, a top play. So I'd be panning my camera here, looking at top. I'd be danger pinging top already, that Annie was moving top side to give the Garen heads up. And then based off what I see on top side, I would then decide, okay, do I need to ditch this next wave because of the timing to be there to defend the Garen? Or, based off my pings, maybe has Garen done something to prevent himself from getting dove? Maybe I can shove, and then maybe can I make a counterplay? You know what I mean? I would already be thinking, what do I need? What's next?
And this is the factors. There's so many factors.
Quickly though. Quickly as
Very
hell.
quick.
Like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I'd process all that, come to a conclusion, and I would even know. I'd be able to pan my camera and instantly know if that's diveable. So if I could say that's not diveable, I could shove mid, reset, get tempo, make another play later, and be thinking about how I'm going to use my tempo, or I just get counter gank it, double kill them, game's over anyway.
Or, this is how quickly things can change in information. If Garen was 10% HP, not 80% HP when they're setting up this dive,
I wouldn't even go.
Then you don't even go, and you start pinging a jungler, let's trade.
Yep.
We have to give him,
Make
we have
play
to
other
trade.
side of the
So,
map.
and that's one player. You could be controlling your jungler, and your bot lane could start set up. The amount of impact you can have in this scenario is insane
Unbelievable.
for one player.
The game can literally go from an auto win to a auto loss just off one play, just like this.
Purely based on we're just talking about Garen's HP. The information's one thing, but now we're getting more into details like his HP difference. Huge.
100%. And so what a challenger player is good at is gathering and processing and then prioritizing really quickly in real time. Boom, 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 boom. And knowing what to do based off all the comps. Okay, is it, and then, okay, we'll get even more detail. Okay, how important is it for me to defend my Garen? If this were a high level game, I'd think, okay, well, maybe my bot side's losing 2v2. Garen's the only win condition. Maybe it's worth
to send it.
Maybe I have to sack two waves here to defend my top because he's the only win con, and if he dies, we have no win con. That's where that's the level. It's like that's the levels you can reach. But we're literally talking. We're not even aware of what our counterpart is doing. We're not even pinging a roam. We're not even panning our camera. Like it makes sense why there's that giant skill disparity. That's it. That is it. And the consistency of it. I like to view things at the moment. This is my little meta of coaching at the moment, viewing everything on a scale, right? An Emerald player, in terms of their lull state usage, in terms of the consistency of actually gathering the information, might be like a 4 out of 10, right? 4 times out of 10, 40% of the time they're going to use a lull state, right? Then, whereas a Diamond 2 player might be 7 times out of 10. A master tier player might be 8 times out of 9 times out of challenger. It's like 10 out of 10. Again, depending on the situation, depending on that. I'm just using generalities here. But if you're on a scale, there's no such thing. It's not black and white because people say, "Oh, I've done that. I did that this game. I did use my lull states." But okay, that's one game. Did you do that on every deployment? Do you do that every game of every block of every week of every month? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Again, that's why it's just the human mind could just trick you, and the way you can get better and worse. Like you can do something that looks awesome in that one moment, or you have that game you go 15-0, you think you're the best player, but again, consistency. It might just be one of those easier games.
100%. And then even just to really top it off with another mid example, here's a classic example of, again, poor reading of the maps. This Ahri has complete tempo over the counterpart here. Their jungler Rek'Sai is looking for a bot gank, right? All we have to do is realize that Rek'Sai's going for a gank, get the plate and go. Why are we not complimenting our Rek'Sai going for a gank? We're not even panning our camera. So what I said was, what you should have done is get the plate and then start clicking down, pan your camera and assess how are they reacting to that information. Is Nautilus still posturing up aggressively or not? And then if Nautilus is, then it's fine. You can just either reset, tempo reset, whatever, or you can commit based on what you see. But there's not even a single ounce of I don't even think awareness of his jungler's location, but also what the jungler's doing and also how they're posturing. I'm like, you could have actually determined based off a single camera panning and an assessment of the way the Nautilus is posturing, whether or not that was a high percentage or low percentage roam. But again, no camera panning.
It's
Complete
just like
laser focus on
I
camera from the
see
face.
tower, I hit. That's just as simple as it is.
Yep. And this is Emerald 2. This is just recent week. This is the most recent. These are just very recent VODs, guys.
All right, I got to show you some from the jungle perspective here, Gertis. This is Emerald 1, I believe.
Okay.
Kha'Zix here. I want you to look at the game from the Ahri's perspective as well here. So Ahri has no ults. We're playing an assassin, Kha'Zix. Assassin loves...
That really fed.
We had an episode before talking about the assassin mindset. Being around mid, not a good idea. So let's look at the Kha'Zix and the Ahri. Again, Ahri has no ult right here. Also, look at the map status top as well. So this is what I would call a red light, massive red light. The enemy, there's nothing to do here until your side lane is fix the waves. That's it. So look at what Kha'Zix does here. We're using our ults. We're fighting. We're fighting.
No.
We're baiting our team. Look what Ahri does here now, Curtis.
Oh, no.
Again, because there's no confidence in Emerald players, right? So what Ari should do right now is just go bot. Like, okay, they're all dead. Couldn't care less about my
Couldn't care
jungler.
less.
Push bot. How am I going to contribute to the fight? I don't have ult. So I don't want to just point this from that Kazu's perspective. It's everyone's stuffing up. It's the Jin and the Renata. No one knows that it's a red light.
No one knows what they're doing.
Yone's not pinging anything. It's everyone. It's like, the Q the clown. He's like, everyone is no one knows what's going on.
Anyone could have called this off.
Yeah.
Anyone.
That's right.
Jin, support, jungler, Ari. Even Ari.
Yeah.
In Ari and base, if I was me in this game, I'd be pinging give, drag. Back. Get the hell out of here. I don't have ultimate. We're not contesting this drag. Top has no move. I'm in Narnia. Just give. No big deal.
And again, I just want to just show you guys the outcome of this, by the way.
Oh, God.
It's so great. Ari's come off base. No, insta-dies at nothing. It's so good.
End of
I
review.
see this every day. Because junglers are very good at forcing. They're the ones that force the mid plays, right? Like, as a mid laner or a top laner, right? You're the one side lane and you're frustrated that your jungler's going for plays. I coach the junglers that are forcing the mid plays when you want to go for side lanes. Look at that. Everyone's dead. Lose tower, lose
Jin
dragon.
raging is happy to have played games. Let's just FF and move on.
Look at that. Yeah.
Jin. It's the team's fault.
No one's got any idea what's going on.
No one's taking accountability. No one's taking responsibility.
And there's so many opportunities.
Unbelievable.
That's all I want to go.
Yeah,
for
I mean, that's
I think it gets the cross points across.
And look, this is again. I think. Look, I probably, admittedly, don't have the greatest tone for this, and I'm just gonna just be honest. Like, I've been doing this for a long time, and I feel like, when I see these comments about saying how we're disconnected, I understand. I totally understand, but I'm just here to show our side of the story, and I'm hoping now, just through some of these examples, this is what we see on a daily basis, and hopefully this gives you guys a little bit of something to think about in your own games. Maybe there's a few lenses that you can look at your own situations through. Was I aware of where everyone is? Could I have called this playoff? Should I even be here? What is the win condition? Why am I fighting here? What am I doing here? Just to think bigger picture about the game. And so, I think that really covers majority of the challenges, really.
And again, just demonstrating, just for the consistency, just trying to get people just really, people on the edge or skeptical of us that, we're choosing these or nitpicking. That was from a session today. Like, these were last couple of days. And, like when it was funny, when we said we were making this episode, I had nothing prepared. We said that on Tuesday. Yeah. Today's Thursday. And I just
said to Nathan, just go to your recent coaching, just go to your recent VODs.
And like, I have another 5 here, but I had 5. We went over 1. We don't need to go any others, but they just come out. And these, again, consistent that we see across all Emerald players across our coaching sessions. Yeah,
I mean, the it's endless. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's the way the rank system works. A challenger player who goes in Emerald or a master tier plays in Emeralds will climb out of there because they're not making those errors. But this is the challenge with rank, right? Is that it's when you don't know what you don't know. It's all relative, right? Like when you're in a rank where you're making mistakes, it's like you don't. Like the rank system puts you in a place where if it was easy, you wouldn't be there, right? So you're perfectly always in a position where you kind of just don't really know why you're there. And I think that I think a lot of people, they assume that because the mistake isn't immediately obvious that they're not making a mistake. So if in their eyes, if it's not plainly obvious right in front of their face, then that means they automatically jump to the conclusion that they are playing correctly and they're not making mistakes and this is that they shouldn't be here or whatever. And look, we're not here to say, look, I can't comment on the skill disparity thing. I mean, look, admittedly, I haven't played an Emerald when I played that rank, there was no Emerald, right? But, so I can't comment on that. But all I'm saying from my perspective is that, it is gonna take time to get through the rank, and the reason it's gonna take time to get through Emerald is because there are a lot of skills that you need to develop. There's a lot of muscle memory that needs to be developed. There's a lot of habits that need to be developed, regardless of the matchmaking. Whether you're dealing with Emerald 1 players and Emerald 4 players or Gold 1 players, whatever, the reality is that you can develop these skills regardless of the opponents that you're dealing with, whether they're the teammates and opponents. You might verse someone that's better than you, or you might have players on your team that are worse, whatever. There are so many opportunities to learn. And if you keep playing the odds and you keep using all of these games as opportunities to learn and you develop these habits, over time, you'll turn these games that were once impossible to win into, free wins. And we've seen that through those examples. Many of those situations, from their perspective, might have looked like the game was unwinnable, but it's not.
And you'll be shocked.
You'll be shocked
as well. Like if you, I even have people that got to Masters Tier and stuff, and they spend a lot of time in Emerald. They clearly realize what was going on. They literally list out in hindsight. They literally list out things. Again, a lot of it will be like play with intensity, like champ mastery, like tracking with enemy junglers and stuff like that. Like they can break down the skills that they were missing being now master compared to Emerald.
And it just requires patience. If it was easy, right? If Emerald 2 was easy, then the rank system wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, the rank system would suck and the game would suck.
There has to be very difficult rank rank tiers that you're gonna have to go through.
Yeah, because remember getting to Emerald 1, guys, again, just going back to the stats.
What's that, top
6% of the player base.
It's insane.
Again, let's say that how many players ranked accounts are on it, like 1.5 million or whatever. So, 10% of that's 1.5. We're in the top, 70,000 players of 1.5 million players. Like that's,
Yeah. Anything else you want to cover here before we move on to maybe a mailbag?
Nope. I think we had a crack. Let us know,
yeah,
if we need to keep going further and further. Because again, we're here for the long run, Curtis. We can keep chip away at this Emerald narrative, exploring this. What does it look like? What are the common mistakes? I think this was a good deep dive.
Yeah, and the reason I'm not getting into all the other stuff, or I don't really feel qualified to get into that stuff about matchmaking, is that I just don't think it's relevant.
No, it's generally just.
It's just not relevant. No. It's like, okay, it might be, and
there might be some unbalanced.
It might be frustrating.
Games.
There could be. There probably and there probably is. There probably is some unbalanced matchmaking. It probably is tough, right, in that sense mentally. But I think that either way, the solution is this, and I think that if you do this, you'll have a much better time, and it might not be as hard as difficult or challenging as you think it might be.
Yeah, and
that's my take.
There's different challenges of MMR and matchmaking in every rank as well, right? Like let's say if you queue on certain times as like a challenger player, you might have a challenger bot lane versus.
It's a lot harder in Master Plus. If you're complaining in Main Road, wait till you get to Master Plus. It's a lot harder with the matchmaking. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm. All right, mailbag time.
Mailbag.
Away we go. Welcome back for Nathan's mailbag. Jingle song. Alrighty then. Our first email here comes from Jack. Title of this email is Curiosity During Reviews. We love the word curiosity here, Curtis. It's one of our favorite. It's not just word of the week or word of the month. It's like word of the year, word of the decade.
Yep.
Hello, coach and coach. That's incorrect. I don't go by coach. My name's just Curtis.
Nathan.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Like literally every episode on its release since week... Oh, wow. Every episode on its release week since episode 2. So he's watched 192 episodes. My name's Jack, and I've been reviewing all of my mid-lane games ever since I joined the MLS 13 months ago. So it's a very long member in your below platinum program. And though I've significantly improved upon my mindset and relationship with the game over that span of time, I still encounter a fluctuating level of focus and curiosity heading into my reviews. Just to illustrate, a great review might involve minimizing everything on my computer and pulling up the VOD on insights.gg as soon as my game ends, having a specific moment in my mind from the game that I want to look over and squeeze every bit of learning from it. Going through that sequence 2 to 3 times, then skimming through my early lane and first death or 2, looking for any glaring mistakes, but really keeping my main learning objective at the front of my mind. Sounds like a great review process. That's fantastic, right? Skimming, making it quick. He knows what he's looking for. If there's a short sequence that really stands out to me having a high learning value, I'll clip it and post it to the VOD questions channel of the MLS Discord. On the other hand, a not so great review might look like my game ends and I'm still either excited or frustrated from it. I either waste a lot of time before pulling up the VOD or I start the review too quickly before I've really cooled off from the game and pulled myself into a curious learning mindset. I'll still go through the motions of quality reviewing practice that you guys discussed last episode. Focus on the early game, look at first few deaths and pivotal team fights, keep the focus purely on myself, address my learning objective, but can feel like my heart's not really in it. I'm usually pretty aware of this when I close the VOD and I'm not quite satisfied that I had the most effective review. There's less belief in the process and that these reviews are actually making me less likely to repeat those same mistakes. I've noticed that these lower intensity reviews tend to be shorter, not necessarily a bad thing, but it sometimes feels like a rush through it, and this makes it feel like the learning won't stick. And are also more likely to happen during win streaks, loss streaks, or particularly long and exciting games, and less likely to happen after I've recently